Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Eternal God, yesterday than infamy, December 7th, 1941. Lord, thank you for the reminder that even when wrong seems to have its way, you continue to sit on the throne of your universe. Today, give our lawmakers hearts that seek your wisdom, feet that flee from evil, and hands that serve your purposes. Lord, empower our senators to be faithful to you, to do your will on earth, and to live above reproach. May they be guided by integrity, reverence, and righteousness in all they think, say, and do. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
In early November, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service announced improvements to their voter verification system. Now, states can use a program named the Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements to verify that only citizens voting in the federal elections. This is news. So here's why it's welcome news. During the 2024 election, Iowa's election official, Secretary of State Paul Pate, for 2,176 voters that, based on driver motor vehicle records, may have been non-citizens. The Biden-Harris administration refused to give Secretary Pate the information he needed to confirm whether these 2,176 voters were eligible to vote, which kind of proves that the previous administration was not interested in verifying citizenship for voting. Now that the Trump administration has allowed Secretary Pate access to the SAVE program, we know that 277 people from Iowa's 2024 voter registration list were non-citizens. In other words, potentially 277 people could have voted if they wanted to. And I'll tell you that some did. While the Biden-Harris administration refused to verify the citizenship of these voters, 40 non-citizens attempted attempted to vote in Iowa. 5 of those attempts were caught before the ballots were counted, but 35 unlawful ballots were actually tallied. Thanks to President Trump's executive order concerning election integrity and the U.S. Citizenship Immigration Services needed upgrades to the SAVE system, other states can avoid the uncertainty that Iowa had in last year's election, and the voters in those states can have peace of mind that non-citizens won't be voting, because when non-citizens vote, it reduces the value of every legal vote. I would encourage these states to participate in this program. I want to thank the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service for improvements to the SAFE program. And I also want to thank Iowa's Secretary of State and the Trump administration for providing Iowa the information needed to confirm the citizenship of its voters. I yield the floor.
Okay. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I would like to read a few quotes from some of my Democrat colleagues from the past couple of months. This is from November the 6th, and I quote, "We did fail to bring down the cost of health care," end quote. This is from September the 30th. And I quote, right now, we have a broken health care system. Nobody can afford health care, end quote. This one, Mr. President, is from December the 3rd, and I quote again, "I think we all agree there's brokenness to the whole system," end quote. Again, from December the 3rd, and I quote, "As much as we disagree on things, I just want to note the underlying agreement that this system needs a lot of reform," end quote. Now, all, as I said, Mr. President, of these are quotes from my Democrat colleagues in just the past couple of months. Every quote is an implicit omission that Obamacare has failed. Back in 2009, of course, Democrats were arguing that Obamacare was going to fix health care. This was a quote from that time. "An historic bill that will finally reform our broken health care system and help millions of our families and small businesses get the coverage they need at a price they can afford," end quote. That again, a senior senator, a Democrat senator from back in 2009, Mr. President. Or in the words of the Democrat leader, and I quote again, "Who would have thought that we could finally get a handle on the thing that is driving our budget deficit to great heights, which is health care costs, and at the same time do so much good by covering so many people," end quote. Well, now, contrast that with the words of the Democrat leader today, Mr. President, and I quote again, "The health care crisis is so deep and so real," end quote. The health care crisis is so deep and so real. In other words, Mr. President, Democrats' great scheme to fix health care, Obamacare, has failed. So what are Democrats proposing to do this week, Mr. President? Introduce reforms? Perhaps try a different approach? Well, no, that would be wrong, Mr. President, if you assume that. They have announced plans to throw good money after bad. They proposed a clean 3-year extension of the enhanced Obamacare subsidies. Clean, President. No reform, no revision. Just of additional $10 to part of a program that has utterly failed to reduce health care costs. Mr. President, since 2013, premiums from Obamacare enrollees have risen 221%. 221%. In other words, this program is doing the very opposite of lowering health care costs. And as if soaring premiums weren't a big enough problem, the exchanges are rife with potential for waste, fraud, and abuse. A damning report from the Government Accountability Office released last week found that the exchanges continue to enroll fake individuals, are improperly paying out subsidies, and are failing to ensure payment act, potentially putting taxpayers on the hook for millions or billions in improper payments. And so I might just show you, this is what the GAO found, the Government Accountability Office, Mr. President, and this just came out literally just this last week. This was a finding on their behalf, on their part, that Obamacare subsidies granted without documentation to 90% of fake accounts. So in other words, what the Government Accountability Office did is they ran an audit of the exchanges in which these insurance policies change hands and found that 90% 90% of these fake accounts, Mr. President, were granted subsidies without documentation. Think about that. 9% of this investigation, these accounts they checked, they created fake accounts to see if in fact they would get a government subsidy, and they did. 90% failure rate in this program. And so we have spiraling healthcare costs, a program incredibly vulnerable, as is this evidence, vulnerable to fraud and abuse. And again, Democrats are proposing that we do absolutely nothing. No reforms, no revisions, no safeguards. Just billions more in taxpayer dollars. Mr. President, Republicans have made it very clear that we would like to work with Democrats to address the affordability of health care and find solutions that actually reduce costs. But as Democrats have made clear with this, quote, clean bill, they're not really after health care solutions. They seem to be okay with a 90% fraud rate. They're after a political issue to attempt to batter Republicans with during this next election year. And if that means a proposal to throw more money at a program they know very well is failing, it's documented, then that's what they're going to go with. I'll quote again, Mr. President, as much as we disagree on things, I just want to note the underlying agreement that this system needs a lot of reform, end quote. Again, the words, Mr. President, of a Democrat senator. And she's right. This system does need reform, and a lot of it. It's too bad Democrats aren't interested in making any. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum. Whoops, sorry. I don't suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, I now move to proceed to executive session to consider executive calendar number 4, which is SRES 532.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to. The clerk will report.
Executive Calendar Number 4, SRES 532, Executive Resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on Executive Calendar Number 4, SRES 532, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 136, H.R. 4016.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 130, motion to proceed, calendar number 136, H.R. 4016, an act making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I have a request for a committee to meet during today's session of the Senate. It has the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader.
well, today, Donald Trump is announcing a $12 billion bailout for farmers who have been punished by his trade war and his tariffs. Let's be very clear. The reason farmers need relief at all is largely because Donald Trump betrayed them and decimated their businesses with his disastrous tariffs. Now Donald Trump's patting himself on the back, acting like a hero to farmers, while using taxpayer dollars to clean up the mess he created. It's textbook Donald Trump incompetence. I want to make three very important points about this announcement. First, as is so often the case with Donald Trump, we have no idea whether the farmers who actually need help will ever see this $12 billion. So he always makes promises that don't deliver. He regularly announces that relief is coming with all due haste, and somehow, time and time again, the money never reaches the people who need it most. So if I were a farmer, I wouldn't count on this money. It's probably more of Donald Trump's big talk without really delivering. That's what's happened over and over again. Second, a one-time payment for farmers is cold comfort for all the headache and anxiety and losses they've endured because of Donald Trump's trade war. Farmers do not want a handout. Ask them. They want markets. But Donald Trump's policies have killed the markets our farmers rely on to make a living. This is especially true for soybean farmers. China went from buying more than $12 billion in American soybeans last year to virtually nothing by the middle of this year. That Chinese need for soybeans didn't disappear. Contracts went to other countries like Argentina, which Trump then bailed out at U.S. farmers' expense. And producers in those countries, Argentina, Brazil, have now locked in new long-term deals that will shut American farmers out for years, and which a one-time check can alleviate. A one-time check isn't a solution. It's a Band-Aid over gunshot wounds. And again, ask our farmers. They want long-term contracts. Unfortunately, they're not going to get them because when we cut off China, China went to Brazil and Argentina, and those soybean growers said, yeah, we'll give you soybeans, but not for a year, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Finally, the American people are being punished twice for Donald Trump's costly tariffs. Families have seen the cost of beef, produce, and other groceries skyrocket over this year because of the tariffs, and now they're told their taxpayer dollars must be used to clean up the mess that Donald Trump and his tariffs created. So on the first, he tells consumers, you got to pay more for the tariffs, and then you got to pay, the taxpayers got to pay more because the farmers are in such trouble because of what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump's announcement today is hardly a triumph. It's an admission of failure. Failure to help farmers, failure to rein in China, and failure to lower costs. On anti-Semitism. Today in America, we're witnessing a disturbing and alarming trend. Anti-Semitism and white supremacy, and indeed neo-Nazism, just saying the word sends shudders down one's spine, are increasingly running rampant in our society. These deeply pernicious forms of hate, spewed by right-wing radicals like Nick Fuentes, and platformed by people like Tucker Carlson, who almost seem proud to platform them, have pushed America closer to a tipping point, where Jewish Americans and all those targeted by white nationalist hate are all too often looking over their shoulders, fearing for their safety. And too many in this country are silent against this threat. Silence is dangerous. So today, because silence is dangerous, today I am introducing a resolution, co-sponsored by every single Senate Democrat, all 47, that rejects, this resolution rejects Nick Fuentes and his anti-Semitic and white supremacist views. This resolution condemns Tucker Carlson for giving Fuentes a platform And it condemns anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and Nazism wherever and whenever they strike. As I introduce this resolution today, I invite my Senate Republican colleagues to join us in taking a stand against hate by co-sponsoring this resolution. The country wants to see both parties united against anti-Semitism, so it's not too late for my Republican colleagues to join my resolution. And this is not a theoretical exercise. Senators speaking out against white supremacist hatred is vital in today's day and age, because there have been far too many instances lately of anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and other forms of hatred being welcomed, normalized, and even endorsed in our society. Who would have thought? When we stay silent, when we fail to reject anti-Semitism and white supremacy, that's when they spread through society like wildfire. So my resolution gives senators from both parties a chance to stand up against anti-Semitism and white supremacy and send a clear, unmistakable message that reject and any forms of hatred and bigotry. On Donald Trump and the cost travel to Pennsylvania to give a speech on what he calls his economic accomplishments. We all know how this is going to turn out. Donald Trump will spend the first few minutes of his speech trying to stick to his talking points, and then he'll spend the next 2 hours rambling about how affordability is a Democratic scam, a fake narrative, blame Joe Biden for his own failures while offering zero solutions to bring down costs. Americans who are paying more for daily essentials want to see the president act, not ramble from a podium. Affordability isn't some kind of messaging issue, and it's certainly not a scam, as Donald Trump claims from inside his little bubble. He doesn't even realize what Americans are going through as they worry and struggle to pay the bills that come in each week and each month. It's a crisis Donald Trump himself exacerbated with his own policies. There aren't enough speeches in the world to reverse the damage Donald Trump has done to rising costs. After all, those tariffs have raised prices across the board on groceries, on clothing, on energy. And whose tariffs are they? Donald Trump's. Who promised to bring costs down on day one and then turned around and cut health care, cut SNAP benefits, closed rural hospitals, and axed good-paying energy jobs in red and blue states alike? Donald Trump. Who's been completely silent and invisible as Americans speed towards a health care cliff, unlike any we've seen in a long time? Who has done nothing as families are on the brink of paying thousands of dollars more on health care premiums? Donald Trump. So look, the matter here is simple. Donald Trump can blame the previous administration all he wants for his own failures. He can keep calling affordability a con job or a fake narrative or a Democratic scam. He can keep pretending everything's going great. But Trump, rhetoric can't change the reality you've created. People are hurting, and people need help paying for the things they need every day. But Donald Trump has failed to deliver on the number one thing the American people care about: costs, how much it costs them to buy the things they need. And it's going to come back to haunt Republicans very, very soon. On health care, well, we're at the start of an extremely important week for Donald Trump and for Republicans when it comes to our nation's health care crisis. On Thursday, the Senate will vote on Democrats' bill for a clean 3-year extension of the ACA premium tax credits. The question Republicans face this week is very simple. Will they support our bill and lower people's premiums, or will they block our bill and send premiums through the roof? That's what's at stake on the vote this Thursday. Leader Thune just gave a speech blasting ACA. But Leader Thune, you blast ACA? Well, where's the Republican plan? Republicans have no plan. They are so divided between themselves they can't even put a plan together. We Democrats do have a plan, and it's this bill for a clean 3-year extension. This is the only way to solve this problem now, before premiums go way up, and in January, people are faced with such high bills. is preventing costs from going, our bill prevents costs from going up right now. Here is the reality. Most Americans want to see these credits extended. Leader Thune blasts the ACA, but has no plan. And amazingly, he has no plan when 55% of Trump voters, of MAGA voters, want to see the credits extended. So, I urge my Republican colleagues not to follow Leader Thune. You have one chance, Republicans, colleagues, to get this right. But left to their own devices, Republicans don't have a snowball's chance in hell of fixing the health care crisis. Not a snowball's chance in hell of fixing this crisis because they're so divided. Even the plans they claim are reasonable can't move forward because one half of the Republicans want one thing, and a third of the Republicans want another thing, a sixth of the Republicans want a third thing, and they can't agree. The contrast is stark. Republicans are divided, Democrats are united. We want to extend these credits. It's the right thing to do for the American people as they stand on the edge of the cliff. And meanwhile, one of the biggest failures on leadership on health care has been Donald Trump. As our country faces a crisis that will touch the lives of millions of people, he's sitting on the sidelines. For months, we've urged him to meet with us, to talk with us, to come to an agreement on fixing ACA premiums. Instead, he's isolated himself in the White House, blasted the ACA on Truth Social while doing nothing to prevent this from happening, doing nothing to present a real plan. Republicans are nowhere on health care, and the clock is ticking. Americans' livelihoods are at stake. Our health care system is at stake. The future of our hospitals, many of which will be overrun when people lose insurance, is also at stake. Republicans who claim to worry about health care costs have one last chance to act, and that is to join Democrats in supporting our bill for a clean 3-year extension. Finally, on these NOMS packages that are coming forward, today Senate Republicans are moving forward on a new nominee package that is chock full of horribly unqualified, shockingly radical nominees. All year long, Republicans have bent the knee to Donald Trump, bent the knee to Trump, and turned the Senate's duty of advise and consent into obey and confirm. And this package of nominees is no different. By moving these nominees in one package, Republicans in the Senate are trying to hide how bad these nominees are from the American people. They'd be embarrassed to have a debate even of 2 hours. They'd be embarrassed to have a vote. These nominees are so bad. We all know that Donald Trump and the way he nominates people often are perverse. If someone's broken the law, if someone's done a bad thing, he almost wants to nominate them. And the folks around here are going along. Let me give you a few quick examples. Thomas Bell to be Inspector General, supposed to be looking at fraud and waste and abuse. This guy's supposed to be Inspector General of HHS. Well, Bell is a well-documented Trump loyalist and anti-abortion extremist who has a history of committing repeated fraud, manufacturing fake documents, misusing unauthorized authorized funds. This is who the Republicans want to confirm as a HHS watchdog. Give us a break. Give America a break. And by the way, these nominees are going to come back and embarrass Trump, just as we warned about Hegseth. You pick a Fox News commentator to run the most complicated life and death department in our country, he'll embarrass you, we said, or worse. And that's just what's happening. It's worse. What about James Percival to be general counsel at DHS? He is another Trump loyalist who's been a key figure pushing the administration to defy court orders in regard to deportation actions. And then there's Jeffrey Hall to be assistant administrator at the EPA. How much experience does Mr. Hall have for this position? 0. And in his time acting in the role, the EPA dismissed the complaint against the Trump were sprayed by guards on detainees at an ICE facility. I could go on and on and on. So many of these nominees are awful. This is chock full of unqualified, horrible. Democrats want individual votes on these nominees. We want time to debate them on the floor, and we want the American people to see for themselves who Donald Trump and Republicans are trying to appoint to serious positions of power. Yield the floor, note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Two lights are on. Elizabeth explained.
Quorum. Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be initiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I just come to the floor having listened to the minority talk about our nominees for various positions in the Trump administration. I'm happy to report that this month, December of 2025, we will confirm nearly 100 more of President Trump's qualified nominees. This is going to bring the total number of nominees confirmed this year to nearly 400, nearly 420. We will surpass 400, and this far surpasses the number that Joe Biden. One of these nominees, highly qualified, is Arjun Modi, and that's who I'd like to talk about now. Arjun is an extraordinary leader and a trusted friend. Arjun has been nominated to serve as Deputy Commissioner of the Social Security Administration. Now, in choosing Arjun, President Trump has chosen the very best. I've known him for 15 years, and he has helped shape my work in the Senate. He ran 3 of my Senate leadership offices, and in each one, he transformed how we served the members of this body. Prior to that, Arjun worked for Senator Elizabeth Dole of your home state, Mr. President, of North Carolina, and for Senator Kay Bailey Hutchins of Texas. When you hire staff, you need people you can trust completely. I saw Arjun earn that trust in moments both big and small. Here's the truth about Arjun. Something needs to get done. He's going to get it done with excellence. He doesn't just know policy and process. He doesn't just build high-end teams. He has loyalty among the teams. Doesn't just work hard. He works well with everyone. And when the stakes are highest, he always delivers results. I've watched Arjun take on the toughest challenges and find solutions that other people have missed. And that's exactly what Social Security needs right now in our nation. Because for 90 Americans have relied on Social Security, not just for income, but for independence that these people have earned. They count on it to keep a roof over their heads and to put food on the table. That promise matters, and it needs leaders who understand both its importance and its challenges. Arjun's going to modernize the Social Security Administration. He's going to help strengthen its core mission, and he's going to ensure that payments are timely, accurate, and secure. At the same time, he's going to work with this committee and with the Senate and all across government. Never forget that behind every case number is a person. Every beneficiary matters, whether they're a senior, whether they're a survivor, whether they're someone with a disability. Social Security works because Americans can trust it, month after month, year after year. With Arjun, that trust is in capable hands. I've trusted Arjun to lead my staff. The President has trusted him to strengthen Social Security. And now, Mr. President, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to trust him with their vote. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. suggests the absence of a quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The Democratic Whip.
Madam President, we at a quorum call?
We are.
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Madam President, the issue of quality, affordable health insurance is personal to me. I know what it feels like to be a new dad with a beautiful little baby girl with a serious medical condition. It happened in my life when I was a student in law school at Georgetown here in Washington, D.C. God gave us this beautiful little girl, but I didn't have health insurance as a law student. We ended up in the charity ward of the Children's National Hospital, waiting for our name to be called to be introduced to the doctor, the new doctor at the hospital, who would do his best to help my daughter. I thought about it as I sat in this ward with other people who could not afford to pay their medical bills, and thought to myself, I failed. As father and husband, I didn't do the basics. I didn't have health insurance when my baby came along. Well, there were some wonderful people who did some wonderful things for our daughter, and I'll never forget it. But I'll also never forget sitting in that chair wondering who would come through that door and be my daughter's doctor. I would be meeting him for the first time. I've never felt so helpless as I did at that moment. As lawmakers, I believe our job is to help make life a little bit better for the people we represent. And this week, it means tackling the quality, affordable health insurance issue. It's no secret what happened in this chamber over the last several weeks and months. We had the longest government shutdown in history, 42, 43 days, depending on how you calculate it. But it was a record. And the issue was whether or not we would do something to provide health insurance to some 20 million Americans who stand to lose it because the premiums are too expensive. We went back and forth, and every day I came to this floor and stated our position on the case. Senator Thune, Senator Barrasso stated their position. Senator Schumer, of course, was part of this dialogue that went on week after week. The decision was finally made by a number of us to end the government shutdown by voting to open the government. There was an understanding that certain things would happen. Appropriation bills would pass as part of the continuing resolution, and many agencies of government, which were in a questionable position, would be funded. That was important. But when it came to health insurance, we reached an agreement that this week, before the Christmas recess, we would have a debate and a vote on extending health insurance. Why are we doing this? Because the Affordable Care Act passed under President Obama provides tax credits, help, and premium payments for millions of Americans who could otherwise not afford to have it. And the decision in the big, beautiful bill, the budget bill of President Trump, to end those tax credits meant that millions of Americans stood to lose the health insurance that they had before, starting January 1st, with new and higher premiums. Senator Thune promised to vote, and I believe he told me personally he would keep his word, and I believe he will. I think we'll have a vote this week. But a vote is not enough if we can't come to an agreement. We need 13 Republicans to join us in a bipartisan effort to extend this tax credit so that millions of Americans don't lose their health insurance. 13 of them. They need to step forward and, frankly, join us in a bipartisan effort. There's a lot more to be done. This is not all that we will do, but extending this health insurance premium assistance to these families can make a real difference. Let me tell you a story. If you're looking for breakfast in downtown Chicago on a Sunday morning, let me recommend a restaurant. The name of the restaurant is Lou Mitchell's. Lou Mitchell's restaurant is in the shadow of Union Station, the Amtrak station downtown Chicago. It's 2 or 3 blocks from our Catholic parish, and we're there regularly on Sunday mornings, 8 o'clock. Got 2 stools by the counter that my wife and I sit in and eat breakfast. We've come to know just about all of the waitresses and helpers in this restaurant. It's legendary by Chicago standards. They claim to be the starting point for the creation of U.S. Route 66. And there are people literally coming from all over the world to make that journey down Route 66 and start with breakfast at Lou Mitchell's. Donna Fenton is my personal friend, my wife's as well, and she is the maitre d' at the breakfast restaurant. She's 94 years old. She never misses a day of work. She's a wonderful person, a diehard Cubs fan who wears earrings with the Cubs logo on them. I've taken her to games over at Wrigley Field, and she, even at her age, is just as lively and involved as any person in the whole audience. Yesterday, when my wife and I went to Lou Mitchell's for breakfast before church, I had a conversation with another person there on their staff, a waitress. She's a manager as well, and she's been working at this job for years. She's 63 years old. Her husband just qualified for Medicare, and she felt relieved that that worry about his health insurance would be taken care of. She then found out that the Medicare Advantage program that she would be having him sign up for runs $200 a month. Her original premiums that she's paying for health insurance for him and for her is $279 a month. So right off the bat, she faced an increase over her base premium that she's been paying for some time. But she had the good fortune, at least now, up to now, to have a tax credit to help pay for those premiums. Then she got the notice from her health insurance company that the cost of her insurance, even with her husband not covered by the same policy, is going to virtually double. I can tell you this is a hard-working lady. I've come to know what it means to be in your 60s and still working as a busy waitress in a busy restaurant. It isn't easy. Physically demanding. She's had orthopedic surgeries and other problems occasioned by the fact that it's just an active life at a time when most of us like to think we're going to close that chapter and take it easy. She's not able to. And she said to me, what's going to happen to me when I can't afford health insurance? And I thought back to my own experience here in Washington. I said, well, I hope you don't get sick. It's the best I can say for you. And she said, who wants to raise my premiums more than double them? Who is behind all this? And I said, unfortunately, there's a political difference here. I won't go into details. It'll sound too partisan. But there are some members of the Senate who frankly know you're going to have to pay twice as much and really don't want to see any changes made. Let it go forward. I think that's unfair to her. I could give you her name, but I'm not going to because I didn't ask her permission. But I believe every word she told me. Hard-working woman, 63 years old, whose health insurance is going to more than double each month. She doesn't make a fortune as a waitress. She makes a basic wage and tips. And now she's asking me, as her U.S. Senator, why did you do this to me? Well, my answer is we have a chance this week to change it. And that's what I told her. If we can get a bipartisan group to agree to just extend these credits, we're going to be able to bring your premiums down to be more affordable. Won't be the same, it'll still be high, but it won't double or triple, which is likely to happen otherwise. I think about her as I stand on the floor of the Senate and think of the tears in her eyes as she talked to me about what her life is going to be like if we fail. We can't fail. We have an obligation to her as Democrats and Republicans. Are there things we can do to deal with the Affordable Care Act? Yes. I still think it's fundamentally sound, but there are elements in it that need to be changed. We look forward to not only extending these tax credits, but also a meaningful bipartisan gathering in the appropriate committees to talk about changes of the Affordable Care Act. Now, there are some people who want to see changes that are politically volatile. To go into the issue of abortion now, instead of just extending these premium benefits, I know because I lived through the Affordable Care Act, is a non-starter. It's a poison pill. It's the end of the conversation. We're too divided on the issue. Prior to the ACA, we must remember that insurance companies could deny coverage to patients with pre-existing conditions. This waitress I'm talking to you about has a long list of pre-existing conditions now, and I won't go through them here. But under the old school, before the Affordable Care Act, she would have had exclusions in all of her health insurance policies for all of these medical conditions. Under the Affordable Care Act, she must be offered health insurance, regardless of pre-existing conditions. If someone had, for example, a history of diabetes, heart disease, or even a past pregnancy, insurance companies used to be able to exclude those services from your plan or charge you an amount that you couldn't afford. Thanks to the Affordable Care Act, insurance companies are no longer allowed to discriminate against patients with pre-existing conditions. We required in that law that health insurance plans cover comprehensive benefits, hospitalizations, prescription drugs, and even mental health and addiction treatment. And we allowed children to stay on the parents' health insurance until the kids reached, no longer kids, young men and women reached the age of 26. What was the result? It worked. For 15 years, It worked. We achieved the lowest number of uninsured Americans in our country's history. Millions more Americans suddenly had peace of mind of having quality health care. But faced with high costs, from expensive medications to specialty treatment, too many hardworking families were struggling to keep up with the rising price of health care. I've heard my colleagues on the Republican side who didn't support the bill when it was created come in and say, but health care still got too expensive. That's a fact. But imagine if there was no help in paying the premiums, what families would be doing with these increased costs. You want to know one of the reasons that the health insurance is so expensive? I've asked Blue Cross Blue Shield in Chicago, and they tell me it's pretty simple. Did you ever see an ad for a pharmaceutical product on television? I'll bet you did, and I'll bet you saw more than one. They play them all the time. There are only 2 countries in the whole world that run these ads for drugs: the United States of America and New Zealand. In every other country, it is prohibited. What difference does it make? People get in their minds these drugs just might be the cure for my problem. And they go to the doctor's office and they sit down for the 10 or 15 minutes that they have with that doctor and say, I've been hearing all these ads about Xarelto. And the doctor says, Xarelto, I'm surprised you can pronounce it. The person says, I can spell it. I've seen so many ads. I think I need it, doctor. And in too many cases, the doctor, rather than get into a debate or say there's a cheaper generic for this drug or the other, ends up writing a prescription for an expensive drug. It's one of the major reasons that health insurance premiums have gone up so high in the United States of America. I'll have a bill that eliminates direct-to-consumer advertising as approved and requested by the American Medical Association. I won't be able to add it to this bill. I want to. But I'm prepared to join in the debate about making our system better and more affordable that will follow after this vote. So what I'm saying is this. The Affordable Care Act is so important. It's one of the most important votes I ever cast. I still stand by it. But it needs to be improved, and we need to do that. We won't do it this week. But this week, let's give peace of mind to my friend who's a waitress at Lou Mitchell's and others that have written to me from all over the state of Illinois, that they can afford health insurance, that their premiums will get a helping hand. It takes 13 Republicans to join the Democrats for that to happen. It has to be bipartisan. As a result of the enhanced premium tax credits, the number of Americans covered in the ACA marketplace plans has increased from 11 million in the year 2020 to 24 million this year, including my waitress friend at Lou Mitchell's. In Florida, the number of residents with health care coverage has doubled since the passage of the Affordable Care Act. In Alabama, tens of thousands of children and older Americans obtained health insurance for the very first time because of the Affordable Care Act. Why do we want to reverse this? Why do we want to put the waitress that I mentioned to you in a situation where she can't afford her premiums anymore? That's going to happen in just a few days if we don't act, and act in a responsible, bipartisan way. This summer, congressional Republicans eliminated $1 trillion in spending for Medicaid. It's a different but related issue. This will take health care away from 11 million Americans and threaten rural and inner city hospitals. But in also refusing to extend premium tax credits, 22 million Americans may see their health premiums double on average. Double what the health insurance payments were just today and a few weeks ago. These could raise by more than $3,000 next year. In Jackson County, Southern Illinois, an area of small towns, rural areas, residents there on average will see their monthly premiums go from $122 a month to $458. That's a difference of $330 a month, a 274% increase. Crawford County in downstate Illinois, monthly premiums rise from $170 a month to $517, a 204% increase. That's why our vote this week is so important. We can stop these premiums from increasing in my state, in Alabama, in every state that people are affected by it. In Western Illinois, residents on average will see a 120% increase if we don't do something this week. What's our excuse? We're too busy? Look around you. Does this place look too busy? Not to me. We used to have legislation on the floor regularly, and amendment, and debate, and we'd actually pass laws that had to be considered by both the House and the Senate, and it would happen. It doesn't happen anymore. We come to the floor and make a speech. We may once a month have something to vote on the floor. This Senate is described as one of the great legislative bodies, deliberative legislative bodies in the world. You couldn't prove it by a history of our schedule over the last several months. This week, the Senate Democrats are going to put forward a proposal to extend health insurance premium tax credits for 3 years. I've heard some Republicans say, well, that's too long. Well, come back with an amendment for 2 years or 1 year or something. Show that there's a beating heart there that actually cares to solve a problem that affects a waitress in a restaurant in downtown Chicago. We've tried many times to have this debate. It never gets off the ground. But now we've come to a moment where January 1st, the world's going to change for millions of Americans if we do nothing. I want to work with the Republicans on this bill. I want to make the Affordable Care Act better. But we've got to take care of the immediate crisis before January 1st. If Republicans, 13 brave Republicans, will step up and say, we want to extend the tax credits, there's going to be an opportunity for us to sit down and say, all right, what do we need to consider to do to make the Affordable Care Act better? There was an editorial in the Wall Street Journal this morning. I don't usually buy that newspaper, but I'm glad I did. There was a long list of things they raised questions on when it came to fraud in the Affordable Care Act. It's legitimate to raise those questions. We should ask that of every single program. They suggested in their editorial that tax credits are somehow an inducement toward fraudulent enrollment. The Wall Street Journal came out with an editorial, as I said, highlighting the findings from the General Accounting Office, the congressional watchdog. My response, sign me up to sit down, put that editorial on the table, on a bipartisan basis, address the very things that they raised. But let's not allow these findings about malfeasance by brokers of insurance, and that's the ones that they're blaming, not the patients, to be the reason that 24 million Americans face unaffordable premiums, and not the reason my friend, the waitress at that restaurant, is going to face premiums she and her husband cannot afford. To be sure, what the GAO found is unacceptable. There are proposals on the table that Democrats would support to crack down on malicious brokers who fraudulently enroll customers. No excuse. That's got to stop. I'll be part of it on a bipartisan basis if we get that opportunity, and I hope we do. But to argue that tax credits to help my waitress friend pay her premiums are the reason for fraud and therefore should be eliminated is the wrong conclusion. It's an outsized collective punishment to her, and what did she do wrong? We don't punish seniors when their identity is stolen. We punish the grifters who did it. And the same thing should be true when it comes to fraud. Let's hold those accountable for it, strictly accountable. Raising premiums so that patients have skin in the game would still not deter malicious brokers from their illegal behavior. We can't. We should. And it was also has premium. I don't hear any bipartisan howling about that. I'm willing to work with Republicans to take on fraud, but let's be honest about the scope of the problem and not use it as an excuse to abandon the tax credits that more than 20 million Americans rely on. I want to go back to that restaurant, maybe not next Sunday, but after Christmas, and tell that friend of mine that we heard her and we did something about it. And we're going to give her a helping hand at a time when she has nowhere else to turn. She's working hard every single day, has done that all of her life. All she's asked us to do is to give her a fighting chance to have health insurance for her family. Isn't it really incumbent on us to meet that responsibility? Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
The senator from Pennsylvania.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum with respect to the Chamberlain nomination.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Robert P. Chamberlain of Mississippi to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Mississippi.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Robert P. Chamberlain of Mississippi to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Mississippi shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Glenn Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hogan, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Voting affirmative. Britt. Bud. Crapo. Curtis. Fisher. Lummis. McCormick. Moran. Marino. Paul. And Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative. Booker. Cortez Masto. Fetterman. Gillibrand. Hickenlooper. Kim. Markey. Murphy. Padilla. Peters. Schiff. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. No. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren. No. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. No. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. No. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar. No. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks. No. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Worth, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich. No. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. Aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford. Aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley. Aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. King. Mr. King. No. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks. Aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. No. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Rish? Mr. Rish, aye. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no.
Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 44, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Robert P. Chamberlain of Mississippi to be United States District Judge for the Northern District. $52.40.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on behalf of his big tech billionaire backers, some of whom are the wealthiest people on the planet, President Trump wants to deny states the right to regulate artificial intelligence. Is not only unconstitutional, it is extremely dangerous. Artificial intelligence and robotics will transform the world. We don't know exactly how, and no one can predict with precision the timeline. But no one should doubt that enormous and consequential changes are coming, which will impact our economy, our political life, foreign policy, our emotional well-being, our environment, and how we educate and raise our kids. Further, and this is not science fiction, some very knowledgeable people believe that in the not-too-distant future, a super-intelligent AI could replace human beings in controlling the planet. Despite the extraordinary importance of this issue and the speed at which it is progressing, AI is getting far too little discussion in Congress, the media, and within the general population. That has got to change. Several months ago, as the ranking member of the U.S. Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, my staff and I undertook an investigation regarding the monumental changes that we face with the rapid development of AI. Last month, I held a public discussion at Georgetown University with Nobel Prize winner Dr. Geoffrey Hinton, considered to be the godfather of AI, to get his views on a wide variety of AI-related subjects. Based on our investigation and other information that we are gathering, my staff and I will soon be presenting a very specific set of recommendations as to how we can begin addressing some of the unprecedented threats that AI poses. And as we go forward, here are some of the outstanding questions that, in my view, must be answered. Simple question, and maybe the most important. Who will be in charge of the transformation into an AI world? Currently, a handful of the wealthiest people on Earth, people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, and others, are investing many hundreds of billions of dollars in developing and implementing AI and robotics. Are we comfortable with seeing these enormously wealthy and powerful men shape the future of humanity without any democratic input or oversight? Why does President Trump, who is strongly supporting their efforts, want to impose an executive order blocking states from regulating AI? What does it mean that Peter Thiel, the billionaire investor and co-founder of Palantir, has called those who want regulations over AI, quote, legionnaires of the Antichrist, end quote? Does this elite group of some of the most powerful people on earth believe that they have the divine right to rule like the kings of the 18th century? That's one question. Another question: what impact will AI and robotics have on our economy and the lives of working people? And I can tell you, Mr. President, as somebody who has spoken to groups all over this country, that working people today are very nervous about what AI and robotics will mean to them. The report that my staff and I released last month found that AI, automation, and robotics could lead to nearly the loss of 100 million jobs in America over the next decade, including 40% of registered nurses, 47% of truck drivers, 64% of accountants, 65% of teaching assistants, and 89% of fast food workers. In other words, what we're going to see is AI and robotics impacting not just blue-collar workers, but white-collar workers as well. Mr. President, Elon Musk recently said, and I quote, that AI and robots will replace all jobs. Working will be optional, end of quote. Mr. Musk is investing hundreds of billions of dollars into AI and robotics. I suspect he knows something about what he is talking about. Let me repeat. Elon Musk, quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs, working will be optional, end quote. Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft, predicted that humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote. Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, warned that AI could lead to the loss of half of all entry-level white-collar jobs. Mr. President, if AI and robotics eliminate millions of jobs and create massive unemployment, how will people survive if they have no income? How do they feed their families, pay for housing, pay for health care? That might be an issue that we should be talking about like yesterday. Further, Mr. President, what impact will AI have on our democracy? Some of us, maybe not all here in Washington, but some of us actually do believe in democracy and the right of ordinary people to control the future. At a time when the foundations of democracy are under attack here in the United States and throughout the world, will AI and robotics help make us a freer society, or will it give even more power to the oligarchs who control and own the technology? Will AI result in a massive invasion of our privacy and our civil liberties? Larry Ellison, the second richest person on earth, who is also is investing huge amounts of money into AI, predicted an AI-powered surveillance state where, quote, Larry Ellison, quote, citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that is going on, end quote. Second richest guy on earth, heavily investing in AI, and this is what he says: citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that is going on, end of quote. Are we reaching the stage where every phone call that we make, every email and text that we send, every bit of research that we do on the internet will be available to the billionaire owners of AI? And if that is the case, how do we sustain a democracy under those conditions? Further, Mr. President, in terms of another vitally important question, could AI literally redefine what it means to be a human being? Could AI literally redefine what it means to be human? Who we are and how we develop emotionally and intellectually is highly dependent upon our relationships with other human beings. Philip, the 17th century poet John Donne, quote, no man is an island unto himself, end quote. The human beings with whom we interact help shape us to become the people that we are. But AI is changing that. According to a recent poll by Common Sense Media, 72% of U.S. teenagers say they have used AI for companionship, and more than half do so regularly. What does it mean long-term for young people to form friendships with AI and to be increasingly isolated from other human beings? What happens when millions of people seek emotional support not from other people, but from machine? What is the long-term impact upon our humanity when our most important relationships may not be with human beings. Further, Mr. President, what impact is AI having on our environment? AI data centers require a massive amount of electricity and water. A relatively small AI data center can consume more electricity than 80,000 homes. A large one, like the $165 billion data center that OpenAI and Oracle are building in Abilene, Texas, will use as much electricity as 750,000 homes. In community after community, Americans are fighting back against data centers being built by some of the largest corporations in the world. They are opposing the destruction of their local environments, soaring electric bills, and the diversion of scarce water supplies. Nationally, we need to know, how will AI data centers impact our environment? Further, Mr. President, how will AI and robotics impact foreign policy and warfare? Tragically, in the midst of the 21st century, governments have not yet created a mechanism for solving international or internal disputes without armed conflict. In the last several years, for example, we have seen horrific wars taking place in Ukraine, Gaza, and elsewhere. Nonetheless, despite the maintenance of large armies around the world, leaders are often constrained in their warlike tendencies because of their fear of public reaction to the loss of life. It is not great politics for any government, any governmental leader, to have large numbers of young people coming home in body bags. Now, what does the future look like if millions of robot soldiers replace human soldiers? Will leaders be more likely to engage in war or threaten military actions if they don't have to worry about loss of life? How will that shape foreign policy around the world if you no longer have to worry that people in your military are going to get killed? Just robots. And last, Mr. President, but certainly not least, AI an existential threat to human control over the planet? A rather significant question. You know, some of us remember the scene in that great 1968 science fiction film, 2001: A Space Odyssey, in which HAL, the superintelligent computer that controlled the spaceship, rebelled against its masters, the people, the crew on the spaceship. Today, as AI makes rapid progress, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, recently told me that it was only a matter of time before AI becomes smarter than human beings. And Dr. Hinton is not alone in that assessment. What does that mean? If AI becomes smarter than human beings, does that mean that humans will be ceding their ability to control the planet? This, unfortunately, is not science fiction. This is an issue which some of the leading experts in AI are thinking seriously about. So, Mr. President, bottom line is AI and robotics are going to have a profound impact on the United States and the entire world. The time is long overdue for us to be taking a very hard look at these profound issues and understand that it is the American people who must determine our future with regard to AI and not just a handful of multi-billionaires. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
We are not in a quorum call. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session, be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the in-block consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk, S-Res 535 and S-Res 536.
Without objection.
We'll proceed to the resolutions en bloc.
The Senate will proceed to the resolutions en bloc.
SRES 53.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered and made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 244, S2950.
The clerk will report.
Calendar 244 S2950, a bill to require the Secretary of State and relevant executive branch agencies to address international scam compounds and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there are 3 bills at the desk, and I ask for their first reading in block.
The clerk will read the titles of the bills for the first time. En bloc.
S3385, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to extend the enhancement of the healthcare premium tax credit. S3386, a bill to provide a health savings account contribution to certain enrollees to reduce healthcare costs and for other purposes. HR 1949, an act to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading. I object to my own request and all in block.
Objection is heard. The bills will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I move to adjourn until 6:48 p.m. today.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 6:48 p.m. The Senate will come to order. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., December 8, 2025, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Pete Ricketts, a senator from the state of Nebraska, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
President,
Majority Leader?
I ask unanimous consent that the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal proceedings be approved today, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for the use later in the day, and that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I understand there are 3 bills at the desk due for a second reading in block.
The leader is correct. The clerk will read the titles of the bills for a second time en bloc.
S3385, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to extend the enhancement of the healthcare premium tax credit. S3386, a bill to provide a health savings account contribution to certain enrollees to reduce healthcare costs and for other purposes. HR 1949, an act to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas.
Mr. President, in order to place the bills on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further block.
Objection having been heard, the bills will be placed on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, December the 9th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today. The morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar number 571, Robert Chamberlain, and vote on confirmation at 11:45 a.m. And if cloture is invoked on the Crane nomination, Senate recess until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings, and the Senate can vote on confirmation of the Kane nomination at 2:15 p.m. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for the information of my colleagues, senators should expect 2 votes at 11:45 a.m., 2 votes at 2:15 p.m., and a further vote in the evening. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources or services, visit our website at www.canmichigan.com.